Ivo, preciso do Nino. Good morning, everyone. Here we are in Vilamoura. Welcome to Vilamoura for the Pro Group for 20 European Junior Championships. And we're here for the last day. We had 3 races yesterday. We're gonna have 3 races, and there's no one better to talk a little bit about what we've Pro Group have achieved this week. And we're gonna see today. No one better than Nino Shmueli, our principal race officer, is here with us. Good morning, Nino.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Fine.
Are you feeling confident for a very nice sailing day?
Yes, we have already 11 knots from 335. It's going to stay the whole day. So we think that we will have a perfect 3 races for each fleet. And we will fill in within the time limit that we have because it's the last day.
And so we have planned 3 races for today. It's going to be a goat fleet. So in the open fleet we have a split now, goat fleet and silver fleet. And for the under 17, I understand there's no split, so it's going to be the full fleet sailing. Conditions are great, so you're going to go out to the water and prepare our race course for the best possible.
Yes, we made few things that we changed today. We give the under 17 to be the first one to make the first start, to be in the outer. And the 2 fleets, gold and silver, will be in the inner today. It's a bit change of yesterday, just to give another game to the sailors.
Thank you so much, Nino, and good luck.
Thank you, and see you later.
So we also have here with us Nuno Reis, is the CEO of Pro Group. Good morning, Nuno.
Morning, Pedro.
How are you doing?
Well, we're getting ready for the last day, so we are wrapping up a few things, prize givings and stuff, but well, I'm happy because the wind is back, so
well,
couldn't be better.
It's good to see you relax. Organizing such an event is always stressful, no matter how well prepared you are. But I can see from a little bit outside, I'm just commentating, but I can see everything is well set up. The boats are all going very quick to the water. All the little trolleys organized. It's an amazing organization. How many people you have working for you this week here?
Well, 72.
Well, that's an amazing job to coordinate.
It is a big number of persons to deal with, but well, they're quite used to do this. Effectively, a big part of them is permanent staff, so we do around, as you know, a little bit over 25 events a year. So it's like a bit more than 2 a month. So it's easy going, but this event is a big event. It's a big event, and it's smack on in the middle of summer year, so it's a little extra work because it's a very busy season in Vilamoura. It's tourist season, and the weather is amazing. It was so warm the last few days that it's quite difficult to handle, and the waiting is also quite complicated. But the wind is here, and we are starting the races early morning today, so it's looking beautiful. I'm quite happy with this.
And what about this innovation that we have here with the smart marks? I can see it's working around the clock. It's perfect, isn't it?
It's absolutely perfect. I think it was a big step forward. So we did acquire these marks recently. We did a couple of tests of marks, robotic marks, along the last year and a half. But we came to a conclusion that effectively this model was really very good. We have 12 marks, so 2 race courses running. With these different marks, and it's really different. I think definitely this is the future or the present, because we are already using them. It makes really easy to do for the race management, although they still need care and attention, of course, and but it's a different approach, and they are super I mean, they are electric, so it makes big difference in fuel consumption, and we should all try to get our events as green as possible. So it's quite interesting.
So these marks are ran on GPS. They are self-sufficient. So you just put on the tablet which position the marks have to be, and woof, off they go. Nobody has to tow the marks or put an anchor down and try to adjust the position, because it's all on. It's like a video game.
Yeah, definitely. It's 21st century. It's a
beautiful.
real thing.
It's an amazing. It's an amazing.
There's a few
innovation.
tricks and bits still, but I mean, we still need race officers that know where to put the marks and tell them where to go. But it's a huge reduction in fuel. And our main goal here was to try to reduce the number of ribs on the water, which we all know it's a situation we have to address in our sport, because we do have a lot of ribs on the water. Just to give you an idea,
Yes,
Pedro,
that's
we
right.
have here around 75 ribs on the water. That's the number, a little bit above 75, which is a lot.
And there's a lot of coaches, of course.
Coaching,
Almost
yeah.
every sailor has a coach,
Yeah.
which maybe has to change. So we don't have so many ribs, so many fuel.
I think a lot of brainstorming is needed around this, because and this is still a junior class, so we do see a lot of coaches here with multiple sailors. But when we step up and we move to Olympic classes, is 1-to-1, and sometimes a little bit more than 1-to-1 on the
Yes.
coaches' side.
Yes.
It's not about the coaches, because we all appreciate their job and they are needed. It's about the number of ribs and
Yes,
the
that's
fuel
right.
consumption,
Yes.
and also the mooring, because it's also a problem for a lot of venues to take over 100 ribs in some events. And we have seen some discussion happening in the past months, and I think it's super interesting. We are also looking into it, and these marks, as we were saying, they do help to reduce quite a significant number of organization ribs on the water, so it's quite relevant.
Very good, Nuno. Well, I wish you all the best
Thank you,
of luck
Pedro.
for today.
I
And a
invite
very
you for the prize
successful.
giving. Don't forget the prize giving.
I will be there for sure.
Have a great day.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, Pedro.
Nuno. So this morning we also have here Jackie, who's been helping me do our live streaming. Good morning, Jackie. How are you? So Jackie's knows all the sailors. She knows what's going on with the results, and I would like to ask you a little bit what's going on. Who's going to win? Who's fighting to win? So we're still with some chances, and I mean it will be 3 races. 3 races is lots of points to fight for. But the scoreboard is getting there, right?
Yeah, there's obviously there were a lot of changes yesterday. It was good to see some racing in some decent wind, and the sailors all had a great time. They were out there for a long time, but we got some races in. Obviously with the Gold Fleet today, we have 54 boats in the Gold Fleet, which is in the open fleet. So they'll all be fighting for places. Our leading boat was up there yesterday, and I have to refer to my notes on this one, and I apologise in advance for pronunciation of names if I get them wrong.
No problem
But
at
the
all.
first ones are easy. Our leading men are Ian Walker, not to be confused for our British viewers with Ian Walker, who used to be racing director of the RYA.
Is it Spanish?
He
This
would be-
Walker is a Spanish
He is
Walker.
Spanish, yes, he is Spanish. And his crew is Finn Dique, and they're currently leading on 8 points. They have a very good lead
They
with
have a good lead, huh?
discard of 6. So
So they have to be consistent.
They have to be consistent,
and
and
the
avoid
others,
being over the line.
And the others, I think it's closer on points from second and
It
further
is,
down.
it
So
is,
they have to maybe do a more conservative to try and keep a second place or finish second or third, get a podium.
Yeah.
Because if they risk too much and try to get the Spanish, they might drop down.
Exactly. We have Freddie Parkin and Asher Beck from the US in second place in the men's fleet. They actually moved up considerably yesterday from 23rd up to 3rd overall.
It was amazing, yes.
So
I
it
saw
shows
the
what
results.
can happen in a day.
Yes.
And Freddie and Asher actually moved from 4th to gold at the Youth Worlds
Yes.
just over a week ago. So they have all to fight for. But as you say, they have to keep off the guys in 3rd, who are currently the Portuguese boat, the locals.
Yes, they're 4th.
They're currently 4th overall, but 3rd men's. So
Yeah.
the points difference is not much. It's 26 points for Freddie and Asher and 31 for the Portuguese boy, Francisco and Jose Maria.
And leading the girls, we
leading
have
the girls, we have Camilla Michelini and Margherita Bianca Bonifacio. They
From
actually
Italy?
from Italy. They actually won last year, so they will certainly be fighting to keep their lead. They are 15 points ahead of the girls in second. Some Greek girls, Dimitra and Metaxia, and then they have a very good lead on the third boat, Alice Fandi and Juliette Bourgeois from France. They have 61 points. So, but as I say, 1-2 black flags.
we never know.
You never know.
And because
You
they
never know.
sail together with the boys, so all the points, all the boys that are in between them, it's counting points.
Yes,
so it's
exactly.
a lot to play
so
for.
it makes a lot of difference each time.
Yes, and on the under 17 division, we
On
have
the-
it's not such a big lead,
No, not at all. And
so it's everything to fight for. Well, more to fight for.
yeah, in the under 17s we have a German boat, Severin Garrick and Javier Schwartz, leading on 29 points. But even when you go down to second is 32 points, a Greek boat, Panagotis and Simeon. And in third we have a Portuguese boat again, Alfonso Muna and Duarte Reis.
Duarte is Nuno's son,
Yes.
our event organizer. So
Yeah.
there's a
So-
little bit of a cheer.
There'll be a cheer if he stays.
Yes,
Getting a medal, which will be good. And the women, again, they're all at the top of the under 17 fleet. All in the first woman is in fourth place, Amélie Vell and Amélie Ren. They actually were second at the Youth Worlds, so obviously I've learnt a lot. To be sailing in the under 17 fleet and still to have done that well at the Youth Worlds is very good. And they're on 39 points. The second ladies are Valentina Steinlen and Leah Adolf, also from Germany, on 42 points. And then we have a Greek boat, some ladies, Aikavina, I can't say
It's
that one,
very
and
hard to
Danai.
pronounce.
We'll work that one out for the commentary later. And they're on 52. So the girls are very close together, which, as you say, sailing with the men, the points difference
The points,
can be
yes.
big in one race.
So it's we're looking for a very exciting day. The wind gods are helping this last day to be fantastic. A lot of excitement, a lot of points. We will see who wins. Our plan is to follow the full race around the course, both all the three races for today. Goat Fleet, first and second race of the day, and then the last race we will follow the under 17 because they will start first, and once they finish we will move to the Goat Fleet.
Yeah.
We'll try to get this done.
Yeah.
So that you can follow from home and check if your kids are doing well, or your country kids, how they're doing and how they're performing.
Yeah.
Well,
And
we're looking forward.
We just wish to wish all the sailors all the best today, and we hope they have some good racing, which in these conditions
It
they
looks
should
like.
do.
Well, we're going to go for a short break. We will be back live streaming on the race course. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think the 420 is a great progression boat because you'll learn a lot of skills that actually no other boat really offers. You know, the spinnaker, the pole, the basics of angle sailing and teamwork. I think they're a great progression.
Well, it was a very nice switch coming from the Optimist where you sailed by yourself to sail with someone else. I always think that winning with another person in the boat is so much more fun than winning alone.
I had a lot of fun in the 420 class, perhaps a little bit too much fun at times. I guess travelling with some of your best friends and starting to get a sense of freedom and responsibility as you're growing up together is a pretty cool way to experience the world. The 420 is a great pathway class onto Olympic sailing. The racing is super tight, there's really large fleets which gives you fantastical tactical skills. You also learn to work in a team, which is really important even if you do go on to single-handed sailing. You can go out in almost all weathers and it has a great balance of fun and competitiveness. I guess some of the key skills I learned from the 420 class was how to work best in a team. We had great coaching which helped develop my tactical sailing knowledge. And it also started me on my slow journey, which is still ongoing, learning about boat prep and management.
The 420 class gave me many skills. It's the perfect boat to sail before the 470, so I think it made me learn teamwork. I go from sailing an Optimist on my own to sailing the 420 with two people, and so it really started my journey of teamwork before jumping into the 470.
Nothing more than a footprint in the sand. This is the only trace of myself I want to leave behind. How can we improve our surroundings? Evolve without damaging our nature, our atmosphere. I've asked this question many times before. The answer is with reason, science, and peace. That is our purpose, our mission, our sense of urgency to plan ahead and to thrive. with nothing more than light to give meaning to one's path. Nothing more but a spark of a dream of something better. In my life, I seek to see beyond the obvious, and for tomorrow, originality. Vilamoura.
The 30mm Titan is a further development of Allen's high-performance XHL block range. Featuring titanium sheave and ceramic ball bearing gives the Titan a 30% weight reduction. Ceramic ball bearings perform better in salt water and have a high rolling speed when compared to stainless steel ball bearings. Developed to take extremely high static loads without compromising on low load dynamic performance. Ideal for vang systems and spinnaker halyards. Also available in a special design for the Ilka class, the 30mm Titan block, available from Allen.
Today we will be filming a video to show how to trim an international 420.
Welcome to the Yacht Club of Greece in Piraeus. My name is Nick Drougas and I work with the International 420 class as a coach, helping to run development programs around the world.
We will look at the boat setup both on shore and on the water. Firstly, we need to find the basic setting. Each sail loft creates its own tuning guide to help us set up our boat to sail fast. These guides include information on how to set up the mast step, spreaders, rake and pre-bend. To measure the mast step's position, we project the back of the mast step on the side with the help of a ruler. We set the measuring tape on it and measure to the back of the boat. The mast step position varies depending on our mast stiffness, our weight and our sail shape. The spreaders are key to supporting the mast and controlling the mast shape. To measure the spreader's length, we set the measuring tape under the spreader bracket at the widest point at the side of the mast, up to the middle of the shroud wire. Make sure the headstay is the required length, otherwise you will have difficulties to pin down for heavier conditions. Push the mast all the way to the back to stretch the headstay wire to its maximum. The widest part of the mast should be inside the aft point of the mast gate. First, we raise the measuring tape by pulling the main halyard up the mast until the measuring tape shows 490 centimeters at the gooseneck's white band. We pull on tension while looking at the tension meter, which stands at the shrouds. The mast begins to bend and moves forward at the mast gate. We continue to pull on tension until it reaches 235 kilos on the shroud. We then measure to the stern, and this gives the actual measurement of the rake. We then check the rake, and if it is 1 centimeter more than 610 centimeters, we pin down. Conversely, if we reach a lower rake than 608 centimeters, we pin up. A pinhole change gives us an approximate 3 centimeter difference. Always double check the fast pins on both sides are in the same hole. Set a reference tension mark at the mast by the hook of the tension. After we set the rake, we continue by making the spreaders smile. We measure them both to be equal at the required happy height, and then we secure them with a thread, so we do not have to measure them every single time we pull on tension. We stand on the side of the boat, we close one eye, and with the other eye we line up the 2 shrouds below the spreaders. We continue looking at the upper part of the spreaders to check whether the shrouds are in line. If the other side is further forward, we close that side, or we open it if it is further back. It is useful to set a reference mark on the mast to show which way to turn the adjusters to open and close the spreader position. Now the spreaders are in the required position, with equal height and symmetrical fore and aft. The only thing remaining is to close or open the spreaders to reach the suggested mast bend. We measure the bend of the mast with the halyard touching the track of the mainsail at the gooseneck level, and we continue by measuring the distance between the mast and the inside of the halyard at the spreaders level. We pin down to the next hole, and we open approximately 1 turn on the spreaders, pulling the tension to the required number following the tuning guide for medium setting. We measure the pre-bend, and if needed, we make fine adjustments to reach the required pre-bend. We should try to center the mast in the mast gate and fill up any gaps with mylar or Teflon tape. Similarly, any gaps between the rudder head and the foil should be filled in the same way. Flip the boat onto its side with full tension on and with the hull of the boat facing the wind. Be careful to make sure that the gunwale and the chain plate of the boat are not touching the body of the trolley at any point to avoid damage. Wobble the centerboard sideways, and if there is a lot of movement, any space between the centerboard and the centerboard case should be filled with mylar or Teflon tape. The jib as a sail has two disadvantages compared to a mainsail. Firstly, the jib is attached only at the luff to the boat, and secondly, it partly overlaps the mainsail. This makes the trim of the jib difficult because we cannot clearly see the shape of the leech in the foot while we are positioned on the windward side of the boat. Over the years, sailors and coaches have developed several ways to adjust the jib more accurately and repeat a nice setup. Together, we will go through these useful tips. With E-tape, we set two reference marks approximately 12 centimeters and 16 centimeters from the shroud to trim the jib's leech properly. These marks will help us to communicate about the jib's trim between the crew and coach. We set several marks on the front of the boat where the jib foot touches the deck. These marks will help us to control the jib foot depth quite accurately, so we can also easily repeat the same trimming. Cunningham. The main reason for using the Cunningham is to adjust the position of the deepest point of the sail. In light wind, there should be a few short wrinkles at the front of the sail. As the wind increases, we progressively tighten the Cunningham to remove the wrinkles. In strong wind, we pull the Cunningham tight. While we sail upwind, once we find a good trim of the jib, we set a reference point with a marker just after the cleat so it can be visible to us. A better and more precise way to trim the jib is to stick numbered tape 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the boat. On the jib sheet, we mark a point with vivid colour marker. While hiking, it is then easier to look at the numbering and set the proper tension at the foot and leech of the jib. When sailing upwind, we trim the windward jib sheet to help us make the jib more powerful. With the help of a permanent marker, we also set up a reference mark just after the cleat for easy setting. The mainsail is quite an easy sail to set up, but needs more time for adjustments. Two sides of the mainsail are attached, the luff to the mast and the foot to the boom, and that makes it easier to control. Another reason this makes the fine setup of the main more straightforward is that both of the crew members can look at it and have a clear opinion. The mainsail requires more time to adjust because there are several systems, like the boom vang, bridle, outhaul, Cunningham and chocks that can be adjusted, and we will explain these next. Chocks are a useful system to control the mast bend. By adding chocks, you force the mast to move backwards, which reduces the mast bend mostly below the spreaders bracket. Negative chocks are useful in very light winds. If we want to reduce the depth, we remove 1 or 2 chocks and we pull the rope of the negative chocks to force the mast to fill the gap, which increases the mast bend mostly below the spreader level. In heavy air, we keep the rope in the cleat and tight, preventing the mast from breaking. The bridle is used to keep the boom as close as possible to the centre of the boat. You adjust the height of it by pulling or releasing the strops within the clam cleat. You always try to keep the strops equal by measuring them at the centre of the boat, or by having a reference mark on the rope. The main sheet controls the position of the boom and how far away or close to the centre of the boat it will be. Additionally, in light conditions, it controls the leech tension of the main sail. This small rope controls the distance between the mainsail luff and the back of the mast at the gooseneck level, while the rest of the luff is in the mast track. By adjusting the tack tie, we can affect the depth of the area around the tack by approximately 70 centimetres. Outhaul is controlling the depth of the mainsail at the lower part, below the spreader level. Outhaul also affects the angle of the leach at the lower batten. With the spreaders, you can control the depth of the middle of the mainsail. By opening them, you can make the sail deeper, and the opposite when you close them. The boomvang is a very useful system to control the leach tension for light, medium, and up to very heavy air. However, by pulling on it, a large part of the sail becomes flatter. The main reason for using the Cunningham is to adjust the position of the deepest point of the sail. When the wind flow starts to increase around the mainsail, slowly the deepest point of the draft moves backwards compared to the ideal position. By pulling the Cunningham, you move the draft forward. We hope you found this video useful, but if you have further questions, you can contact us via media@420sailing.org.
Here we are on our live streaming for the Pro Group Junior for 20 Junior European Championships in Vilamoura. Conditions are good for us to start our racing day, our last racing day. It's going to be very exciting with a very close scoreboard. A lot of teams still fighting for the championship, and we are here. We're going to follow the goat fleet on this race number 7. We're going to follow the under 17 fleet on this race number 7. We will be able to see their start, and then we're going to move to the goat fleet after that and go through the whole race. I have here with me Jackie. She's got all the score sheets, everything, all the notes, so we can try to keep you on a live score sheet. Maybe
we'll certainly try and do our best. Test my math skills.
So we can see the winds coming from 320 is coming from the shore. 8 knots a breeze. It's quite shifty out there and gusty. Be challenging for the sailors. We will see a lot of position changing due to the wind shifts. So the sailors have to be very sharp. They have to keep their eyes off the boat. Make sure they chase the next wind shift and make the best out of the wind conditions.
It certainly looks very nice out there at the moment. They've got some decent winds, so hopefully they'll get some decent races in today. And it's very exciting, the fact that it's the last day and the medals will be decided.
Yes, it's looking good. The conditions are perfect. Our wind gods, helped us on this last day, didn't let us down, and it's looking perfect for a great racing day for these kids.
It also looks, looking at the sky, that the fires and the smoke that we had coming in late last night seem to have dispersed. So fingers crossed, all the forest fires are under control now.
Yes, yesterday was not a very good sight to see all that smoke coming from Monchique, from Silves. So we are now on the starting procedure of race 7. This will be the under 17 start. We're less than 4 minutes to the start. Leading the overall scoreboard, we have Jerick, Severin and Javier from Germany. They have a 3-point lead over the Greek team, Panagiotis and Simeon. And in third place at the moment, and only 8 points behind the leaders, is our Portuguese heroes, Afonso and Duarte. Afonso and Duarte had they started over the line on the last race yesterday, which was a pity for them, and because they were having a good race and they could actually be leading overall by now. But you cannot start over the line. That's the last minute gun, so 1 minute to the start. You can see the Greeks number 56944, just about 5 boats to leeward of the committee boat. You can hear some shouting. They're fighting for their positions. They want to have a good start. Haven't seen the German team or the Portuguese team. We can hear some whistling from the jury.
The German girls, 57219, coming in at the committee boat end. They're currently lying second in the women's fleet. That's Valentina and Lee.
It's a very close fight between two German teams, and that's the start. Oh, we have a signal. It's a general recall. We heard two sound signals. Normally means general recall. If that is yes, we can see it's a general recall. So our race officer couldn't identify all the boats that were over the line. So that means they will have to go back and restart this race. Our race officer's procedure has been to put on a black flag straight after a general recall to try and motivate the competitors to stay behind the starting line at the gun, as they get automatically disqualified if they are over the line at the start or even at the last minute. Beautiful view from our race management headquarters ashore over the race course. And we saw a boat capsizing over there. We never know, it could be intentional to change something in the top of the mast. We're not yet in the next starting procedure.
Já tá, já tô lá.
And we are back looking at the starting line. You can see the first substitute has been removed, so that's less than 6 minutes to the start. Next sound signal will be the warning signal with the class flag. That will be 5 minutes. That's the one. We can see that flag coming up. See Afonso and Duarte there just next to the committee boat, 57281, it's the sail number.
Vai dar agora aos 4 minutos. Vai dar agora aos 4 minutos. Gonçalo, depois conseguires vais contar descendo para a gente, se faz favor. Depois conseguires vai-me dizendo 1 minuto, coisa. Já estamos nos 4, já estamos nos 4.
You can see the wind is up and down all the time. It's very shifty and gusty conditions when the wind comes from the shore. Here we go, 4 minutes is a black flag. That will keep the kids behaved at the start. Jackie?
We hope so.
We hope so.
We
We
hope
don't
so.
want any more delays, and most of all, we don't want kids being disqualified at the start. This is the Pro Group for 20 Junior European Championships. Started on the 19th this month, and this is the last day. We've done 6 races so far, and we have another 3 races scheduled for today. This is the view from the other side of the starting line. We can see that orange flag on that rib is one of the sides of the line. We can see the majority of this under-17 fleet is closer to the committee boat, which is the far end. That can be either the bias on the line for the wind. That means the race committee boat is closer to the wind direction than the pin end, or even if it's an even start, sometimes the sailors prefer to go to the right hand side, so then they try to start closer to the committee boat so that they can tack straight away and go to the right hand side of the course for any reason, more pressure, more wind, or a wind shift. It's very shifty today.
Certainly looking like it's going to get crowded down this committee boat end in a minute.
Yes. Well, there's some sailors also in the middle of the line. It looks like they started moving a little bit towards. We can see Afonso and Duarte fighting here for the committee end, race committee end. It's quite a lot of boats. There's no right of way. If you're beyond the committee boat, they cannot ask for room to get in there. If they're over the committee boat, like the Turkish here, in the very hard situation, because they're not allowed to get in there. They'll have to wait for the others to start first. and they have to choose if they want to try and turn around and find another slot, or they wait for the boats ahead to start first. A lot of shouting. Getting close to the start. The Turkish are now in there. Managed to sneak in. Can they get the speed? And that's the start. It looks like a clear start to me, but the race officer has a better angle. You can hear the whistle from the jury. You can see Pinar is busy there, Jackie. A lot of whistling. Pinar is our jury, and she is checking for any infringements of Rule 42, that is propulsion, when the sailors are using their bodies or pumping the sails to try and get extra speed. That's not allowed. They can only use the wind. They can balance the boat, but they cannot just roll the boat around to try and find more speed. You can see the Portuguese Afonso and Duarte with a good start on the committee boat, and they managed to tack to the right. It's probably what they have planned. Here the Turkish Yegin and Kumlali. We're going to follow a little bit of this under 17 upwind, and we are going to move back to the start to see the goat fleet, the open goat fleet start. You can see here the Turkish there. Feels like the wind's going right a little bit. You can see they're changing course. That's actually a good sign for them, because if the wind does shift to the right, they will be able to tack, roll into a tack, and get across on a much better angle on starboard tack. And it looks like they got lifted again a little bit. So the Portuguese team, that's not Afonso and Duarte, that Portuguese team had to roll into attack, probably to keep clear of the Polish bad winds. Now the Turkish also going into attack. They have a good angle, you can see. Both Portuguese boats now on starboard tack, and the Turkish. And it looks like they're getting across the fleet. So this right-hand side paying for the moment.
The Polish team we've just seen tack, they're currently in 6th place. That's Jan and Kasper. That's 6th place overall, not in this race.
And it looks like all these 4 boats that came here to this right-hand side are leading the race. They're fighting to win this race at the moment. Italians are going to push a little bit further to the right. So we are now going to move into the starting procedure of the goat fleet on the open fleet. So yesterday they finished all the qualification races. The scores are carried on to this stage, but now the first half of the fleet is sailing all together, and then the second half of the fleet will sail in a different race. That will be the silver fleet. As vossas vozes ouvem-se?
Podemos seguir. Não, já saímos lá.
We are now with 5 minutes for the start of the goat fleet, and our ribs, our camera powerboats are going back to the start. We followed a little bit we followed the start of the under 17 fleet and a little bit of their upwind. We saw that the right hand side of the course was more favored, so the teams that pushed to start near the committee boat and went straight to attack, they managed to get a better position. And now we are just waiting to get our powerboats with the cameras back into the starting line so we can see the next start. That will be the gold fleet, and we will follow the whole race around. That's 4 minutes for the start. We have at the moment the Spanish Ian Clive and Finn from Spain. They are leading on 8 points, huge lead. They are 14 points ahead of second place is the Italian girls Camilla and Margherita. And 4 points behind the Italians is Freddie and Asha from USA. Followed by our locals, Francisco and Jose, on 31 points from Portugal. So we can see here the start. We're inside the 4 minutes. This is the view from the pin end, the other side of the line. You can see here the sailors double checking the angle of the line to the wind so they can decide which side of the line they want to start. As I mentioned on the previous start, the under 17, the teams that started closer to the committee boat, to this side of the line, and tacked across to the right, they were looking better.
These are the Italian girls who are leading. It's Camilla and Margherita, obviously waiting at the committee boat end of the line. We also have Greece 56340 at the committee boat end of the line. That's Dimitrios and Theo. They're currently lying 7th overall.
They had a good day yesterday. They won 2 races and they had a 6 on race number 6. This is the last minute to the start.
They're being given one chance to behave again.
Yes, and also Dimitra and Metasia from Greece. Girls that are lying second in the girls' fleet, and 6 overall. They're also fighting for the committee boat. You can see a lot of boats there. A little bit of a belly on the start. So if these boats here closer to the committee boat, if they behave, then we might have this race going on the first attempt. It's only 10 seconds to go. I don't see any flags coming up, so it looks like we do have a clear start. The Turkish, they managed to tack across, but we saw the Italians showing a protest flag, because when they roll into attack, they're coming on port, and if the Italians had to keep clear, they had the right of way, the Italians. So if they had to avoid the Turkish, there could be a protest here. Alp and Cem. But if they get away with it, I would say this right-hand side could become strong. But it's still early stages on this upwind leg to know. Might have been a bias on the pin end, because we can see a boat getting across on port in front of the fleet. Well, the problem starting on the pin, even if there's a bias, and the right-hand side of the course being stronger, is that if you're not able to tack straight away, you're going to be locked on the left-hand side, and but here we can see the Turks on a great position, as long as they don't get into a protest with those Italians. They're looking in good shape. Any wind shift to the right will give them an advantage, and obviously any wind shift to the left will actually hurt their position. We have the wind blowing from 320, about 8 knots of wind. Alp and Cem, they were 20th overall. They are 20th overall for the moment. Obviously trying hard to improve their position, going very aggressive on this start. Starting close to committee boat, rolling straight into attack. Pushing their luck a little bit with the other competitors that had the right of way. Looks like the wind got a little bit lighter at this stage. saw the Polish team there. Iwa and Julia also pushing here the right hand side. They had to double tech. Probably they were on bed there from the Turkish, but they want to stay here on the right. They were not doing so good overall. They were 48, but they managed to get into this goat fleet. We can see on the right hand side of these Turkish boats 3 or 4 boats coming on port from the other side of the course. They're looking in good shape. We saw the right hand side paid on the first beat, and from this angle we can see that these boats that tacked straight after the start but started from the pin, they're looking in better shape. So from this angle it looks like the Turkish, for those that don't understand a little bit, they look like they're leading, but they still have to tack and get across. Those boats on the far end to the right are much closer to the top mark than this Turkish team at the moment. But everything can happen. We can have a right-hand wind shift, big right-hand wind shift that can help the Turkish get back into this race. Here they go, rolling into attack. We can see their angle now. It'll be hard for them to get across those boats, but I believe that this start got them in the top 10, maybe. We will see how it works. All depends on the wind angle that they are going across. And see if we can find some of the overall leaders, how they're doing.
You can see the rib in the middle there. That's the jury boat following them around, making sure that, as Pedro said earlier, that they're not pumping or moving around in the boat more than they should.
See a Spanish team here coming across. Couldn't identify the numbers. They're rolling into attack. They're probably getting close to ley line. That means that from that position they can get to the top mark on starboard attack. I don't know how the first beat for the under 17 ended up. It was looking good on the right hand side, but on this goat fleet, feels like starting and tacking straight away wasn't the best option. Starting from the pin end, getting across maybe. Or maybe even going a little bit further left. Maybe there's some more wind on the left, and there wasn't enough of a shift to the right for the boats that went right to do well.
The Italian boat, 56181, that we've just seen tack across is Alessio and Jan Matteo. They're currently lying 12th overall. Had a good day yesterday with 3 top 10 races. I'm sure we'll be looking to get further up today. And USA 56345, that's Freddie Parkin and Asher Beck, currently lying in 3rd overall.
Tá. Eu quando fui ali ao live view, eu vou dar uma explicada. Tá bem?
And this is the Italian girls that were lying 2nd overall. They're having a good race. The wind has dropped from yesterday, and they're quite light girls, so they prefer lighter breeze. We can have a view here from the top mark. We will see who is getting there first. See the American team doing well here.
Vou voltar a equilibrar a câmera 1. Vou para a espera, câmera 1 vai para a espera. Câmera 1 vai para a espera, Gonçalo, quando puder. Temos que ir para a espera, Gonçalo. Para a espera, já. O que é a espera para ti, Carlos? Carlos, a espera é o quê? É para o fim?
So we have the Israeli, and I think they yelled protest to the Americans. The Americans got across on port. Oh, they're doing a turn, that's right. And the Italian girls now on 2nd.
That's Freddie and Asher just completing their 2nd turn, you can see in the background.
That was expensive. Sometimes it's better just to dip,
Yeah.
go behind the other boat instead of doing 2 full turns.
And the Spanish leaders we just saw go round.
I think that was 957. That's Jaime and Mariano. The overall leaders is 790. You saw them get
Yeah,
across? Ah,
yeah.
okay. they so many
They
boats
snuck
getting
in.
They snuck in. I haven't seen the Portuguese team. Have here another American team. Oh, we see a spinnaker. It's gone.
Oh,
with a big hole.
Big hole. Hopefully they have a spare for their 2nd race.
Hopefully. So we see here the Freddie Asher going around the top mark in 2nd place, but they had to do 2 full turns as they fouled the Israelis. We're going to move now and see the head of the fleet, the Israelis still leading. See the overall leaders also doing well. 56790. That's the Spanish Ian, Clive and Finn. I didn't see them going through around the mark, so I missed that one. Here we go, the Israelis leading the race, 54120. It's very important to keep their eyes off the boat, see where the next puff is coming, next wind shift. It's blowing, the wind is blowing from the land, so the conditions are very shifty and gusty. With these conditions, the boat speed is always important, but with steady conditions, speed is key. But with shifty conditions, it's very important to keep an eye and make sure you're on the right tack. You're not out of phase with the wind shifts. With the wind shifting, there's big differences in distance sailed. If you take advantage of the wind shift, you will do a much shorter course. We got Israel leading this race, number 7.
They were actually 38th overall after yesterday, but they had a U flag in race 5, which didn't help their overall results. So they could move up significantly if they managed to hold this position.
They were certainly up and down the scoreboard. They had a 2nd on race 2 and a 4th on race 4. And then they were over the line on race 5. They had a 41st in race 1. Consistency is very important.
We haven't seen the American boats. They had to do their 2 turns. It'll be interesting to see where they end up.
I think they early jibed, so they will be a little bit to the right of our screen. Here with the pink spinnaker, we got the Italian girls. They led after the first day, but yesterday they lost the lead to the Spanish. But they're looking good again today. Here we go. This is the bottom gate. Fleet will have 2 options, two marks. They can choose to go around the mark you can see on the screen, and there's another mark further to the right hand side of your screen. We might be able to see that mark in a minute. Yeah, that's the one on the right. We saw the Israeli rounding the mark on your left, on the left side of your screen, followed by the Italians. Next Italian team with a very early spinnaker drop. Yes, we can't see the Americans at the moment. It was a very expensive penalty.
So far they seem to be favouring certainly the left-hand mark as we're looking at it. I've only seen one boat go around the other one so far.
Here we have the Americans now. They're getting across to the right-hand side mark. Back in the front of the fleet. Here we can see the Israelis and the Italian girls leading the pack, going left. A lot of boats going upwind and downwind. This is Aviv and Yam leading race number 7 of this Pro Group for 20 Junior European Championships in Vilamoura. Rolling into attack. Had a little technical issue. We're gonna be back on the race course shortly. I believe the Silver Fleet hasn't started yet. They're waiting for the Gold Fleet to get around that bottom gate, so that we don't see the fleets getting mixed. Here we are with our camera from the right-hand side of the race course. We saw the leaders a little bit further left on the race course. You can see Jan and Finn going really well. They might be even leading this race. They tacked before the Israelis and the Italian girls, and but it's hard to tell because the other boats went a little bit further left. We'll have to see when they get across. They have good pressure there. You can see them over there on the right, the Israelis that were leading, or are still leading, we don't know. Oh, they're crossing behind. Oh, that's a big wind shift here for the Germans. I hope they manage to get it under control. Huge, massive left wind shift for the German team. They almost capsized. It's very shifty, it's very gusty, and everything can happen. You can see massive differences of boat speed due to the different wind speeds as well. You can see here the Israeli now in the light spot. You see the crew is sitting in. There's not enough wind for him to jump out on the trapeze. This is race number 7 of the Pro Group Junior European Championships in Vilamoura. We are on the second upwind leg. We've seen Israel lead around the first mark and also the bottom gate. On this second upwind we've seen a few wind shifts, and we'll have to confirm who is leading at the moment.
So the Portuguese boat we can see there is Antonio and João. Not sure that they're actually leading. We can see some other boats to the left of them.
This Israeli here on the right hand side of the screen is much further to windward, and and the other boats from the right hand side. I believe we have the Spanish, the Italian girls, the Israelis further to the right of the course. Oh, this is the Italian girls. They played a little bit further left. They were second on the bottom gate, but you can see already 2 boats crossing ahead of them. The right hand side might have paid on this beat. There's another boat. They are getting ahead of the Italians. They had to dip them. The Italians had to dip the other boats. They are on port deck. That's not the right of way tech. You can see a few more boats ahead that came from the right hand side. As we mentioned before, with such shifty conditions, everything can happen. It's very important to keep an eye on the next wind shift and on the next puff. We have here the overall leaders. Obviously they could see that change on the wind, and they protected a little bit more the right hand side, and they might have moved into the lead. You can see the difference of angle. That's why the Spanish rolled into attack straight away. The boats further right on the course on the trapeze with a right hand shift. All of a sudden they are challenging the lead. It's the Americans coming full speed from the right, the Israelis also falling into a less pressure. Spanish taking underneath the Israelis, probably they're laying the mark from there. They don't need to go any further. You can see the Americans with the jib quite eased, so they're probably overstanding the top mark. They sailed extra distance to the right. We'll see this French team rolling to attack straight away also, as they are laying the mark. This is Israeli team here. It's Roy and Ariel. They're not the ones that were leading earlier on. So a big change on the front of the race. Now we have the overall leaders, Jan and Finn from Spain, leading the race, hoisting their kite to go on a reach. Israel, Roy and Ariel second. We've got France, Zou and Jean-Philippe. They were lying 16th overall before this race. Another French team. The Italian girls, a little twist on their spinnakes. Oh, the Italian girls a little bit further back. They were second on the bottom gate. They are now around 10 or 12. That's the Israeli team that was leading early on this race. Also dropped a few places. Nice puff filling in here, making it hard for them to hoist their kites. We're going to move into the front of the fleet. We're going to follow the leaders now. So if this race stays like this, the Spanish team, Ian Clive Walker and Finn Dicke, they're going to increase their lead. They're going to go from 8 points to 9 points. And we can see the Italian girls, they were around 12 on this race. So the Spanish are going to put another 10 plus points on the Italians. And we might see the Americans gain a few points on the Italians as well, because they were around 7 or 8, Jackie.
Yes, they'd certainly managed to pick up a few places coming up.
And they were 4 points behind the Italians before this race. So if they finish 4 points ahead of the Italians, they will move into second. We haven't seen the Portuguese that were lying fourth. They were further back. And the Spanish that were fifth, they were also close to the top boats, Jaime and Mariano from the Canary Islands. The wind dropping again. a little bit. We saw a little puff in the beginning of the reach. It's getting very light here on this side of the course. You can see the pink spinnaker there. That's the Italian girls. They stayed low, which is a much shorter way to this next mark. There's a lot of boats that went really high. They were probably trying to protect their wind, but in the end they will have to stay on a lower angle, which is much slower, and maybe the Italian girls, they could move. They could gain a few places with these. You can see the Italians, the Spanish and the Israelis going really low now to the next mark. It's all a bit tactical, trying to Israelis staying higher than the Spanish, trying to steal their wind. So here we have the mark. Spanish rolling into a jibe. Might be some better wind on that side. We can see the water a little bit darker on the right hand side of the screen. That could mean better pressure. Beautiful view with Vilamoura beach behind all those spinnakers. Jackie, have you tried the beach here?
I have visited it a couple of times, yes.
It's a beautiful
beach, and at this time of year the water is actually quite warm.
Well, that was just a very short view on the finishing of the under-17 fleet. But we're going to keep following the goat fleet here with the overall leaders leading this race again. You can see the Americans there. We can see the Italian girls also jibed early after that mark rounding. So this American boat is not the same.
It's not the leading American boat, no.
No, it's this is Richard and Elle. They were lying 17th overall before this race. So we're not sure what happened to Freddie and Asher. There they are. Oh no, that's 341.
And we have the French boat 57040, which is Jean and Astrid. They were lying 13th overall before this race, so again, a good race for them. They can stay in this position.
So 54 boats sailing this goat fleet for the European title. Obviously, it's becoming clear who is fighting for the overall championship. It would be very hard to beat this Spanish team, especially after winning this race number 7. They already had a 14-point lead before this race, and now they're leading, and their main opponents are further back. Italians were about 10th, who will confirm that across the finishing line. The Americans, Freddie and Asher, they were second on the first mark, but they had to do a couple of turns as they fouled the Israelis on the port and starboard crossing. And with that, they lost their positions. Probably they lost their concentration, and now they are not looking to be in the top 10 in this race. It might seem like the Israelis are making a move on the Spanish, but they're to windward. They're not going to go on a straight line down to the bottom gate. So the Israelis still have to put a jibe. So as the other boat that you can see further, or sometimes we can see it on the left-hand side of your screen. They still have to put a jibe. It's a long way to get here to the Spanish. So the Spanish are protecting the inside for the next mark rounding. It will be a left turn for a small reach to the finish. So the Spanish totally under control for the moment.
Olha, ainda vamos ver a escada da casa.
We have some provisional results from the under 17 race. For the moment, it was Iakovina and Danai from Greece winning race number 7. Followed by the Italians, Giulia and Andrea. And then on third place was Marisa and Fernando from Spain. We're following this race is the GOAT fleet for the 420 Junior European Championships, the open fleet. We have the Spanish still leading from
looks like the French team in second place.
From the French. We can see here the finishing line will be between those two blue flags. The boat displaying a blue flag and a mark, and that's the finish. for Jan and Finn from Spain. Now on 9 points after 7 races, a quite impressive score. In second place, France. Jean and Aristide, and followed by the Israelis, Roy and Ariel. Third place. In fourth, we have the American team. Richard and Ellie. And the Italians managed to move into 6, I believe.
Yep, they obviously had a good downwind leg.
Really good downwind leg. Probably also a good end of that reach when they stayed below the whole fleet. Sailed a smaller distance. The Israelis that were leading the first mark finish around 10. Now further back in the fleet, a big bunch of boats coming together. See the Portuguese there, they were lying 4th overall before this race. Haven't done that well on this race, that will be quite expensive for them. Oh, we can see the American team, Freddie and Asher, just finished now. They were second around the top mark, but it was a very expensive mistake, having to do 2 turns and then probably going out of phase with the wind shifts downwind. They didn't have a very good race after that incident. So that was the race number 7th, and we will go for a short break, and we will be back for race number 8. We will do the same. We will see the start of the under 17 fleet, and then we will follow the goat fleet all the way around. We'll go for a short break. We will be back as soon as we have the starting sequence for the next start. Thank you for watching, and see you soon.
Podemos gravar esta sim. Esta é a prata?
I think the 420 is a great progression boat because you'll learn a lot of skills that actually no other boat really offers. You know, the spinnaker, the pole, the basics of angle sailing and teamwork. I think they're a great progression.
Well, it was a very nice switch coming from the Optimist where you sailed by yourself to sail with someone else. I always think that winning with another person in the boat is so much more fun than winning alone.
I had a lot of fun in the 420 class, perhaps a little bit too much fun at times. I guess travelling with some of your best friends and starting to get a sense of freedom and responsibility as you're growing up together is a pretty cool way to experience the world. The 420 is a great pathway class onto Olympic sailing. The racing is super tight, there's really large fleets which gives you fantastical tactical skills. You also learn to work in a team, which is really important even if you do go on to single-handed sailing. You can go out in almost all weathers and it has a great balance of fun and competitiveness. I guess some of the key skills I learned from the 420 class was how to work best in a team. We had great coaching which helped develop my tactical sailing knowledge. And it also started me on my slow journey, which is still ongoing, learning about boat prep and management.
The 420 class gave me many skills. It's the perfect boat to sail before the 470, so I think it made me learn teamwork. I go from sailing an Optimist on my own to sailing the 420 with two people, and so it really started my journey of teamwork before jumping into the 470.
Nothing more than a footprint in the sand. This is the only trace of myself I want to leave behind. How can we improve our surroundings? Evolve without damaging our nature, our atmosphere.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Vilamoura for the Pro Group Junior 420 Junior European Championships. It's race number 8 and this is the Goat Fleet. We are inside the last minute for the start. We have seen the Spanish, the leading team from Spain, winning the race number 7 and increasing their lead overall. We saw the Italian girls do really well as well and keeping their second overall. We have 10 seconds to the start. So we are actually following the start of the under 17 fleet. We got Teresa and Diogo from Portugal. They started here, not a great start, but they started on the committee boat and went straight to attack. Trying to protect his right side. Hoping for a right-hand shift and that the wind doesn't drop too much on this right side of the course. We have the Turkish rolling into attack. It's a nice looking attack. It's amazing what these kids can do already, under 17. So much control on the boats.
And Teresa and Diogo, the Portuguese boat, had a good first race. They were 8th in the first race today.
That was a great job. Here on the left-hand side of the course, another Portuguese boat, 57212.
Miguel and Erica.
Erica Porto from Tavira. Obviously they had a really good start on the pin end. Miguel Souza. You can see it's gusty because the boat heeling to leeward, and they have to adjust their trim, have to stretch on the trapeze, keep that boat flat. A little bit less wind on this right hand side of the course. It seemed to me that Miguel and Erica had more pressure on the left hand side. And the angle on starboard not so good to get across the fleet from this right hand side. We can see that jib flapping a little bit with here with Duarte. Very light. Jib flapping a little bit is when the wind starts going right. You can see the darker water further up the course. You can see now they're getting more breeze. And if it's a right-hand shift, it will be a good gain for them. They were lying 5th overall before this race. Afonso Munhã and Duarte Reis. Duarte is the son of Nuno, who is organizing this event. It's a little bit added stress to the event organizer. Not only he's having to deal with 72 people working to make this regatta the best, but also he's biting his nails, trying to understand how is his son doing in the race course.
He's trying to keep himself busy and not look.
So they roll into attack, trying to get across majority of the fleet. You know, once you make a gain, it's always good to not push it too hard, because you never know what's the next wind shift is going to be. Brazilian team pushing hard here on the right hand side. Shortly we are going to be moving back to the start to follow the goat fleet. We will follow the under 17 fleet all the way around on the last race. So the Brazilians pushed really hard here on the right hand side of the course, trying to get hoping for a nice right hand shift.
They're currently lying in 12th place after the 7th race. Managed to get a 14th in the first race today.
We are now moving back to the start, and so we can follow the start for the goat fleet for race number 8. We can see some very nice wind on the race course, looking from the shore. Race number 7, we saw some big wind shifts and a lot of areas with a little bit less winds. Sailors having to look out of the boat, make sure they don't sail into a hole with no wind. We saw a German team almost capsize with a huge left shift.
They managed to recover it.
They managed. I think even the crew. He was swimming a little bit, trying to get back on board, but they managed to save the capsize and kept sailing. So here we are on the starting procedure for the goat fleet. We can see a very spread fleet over the line. Normally that means that the race officer has done a good job setting up the line, so there's no big advantage in one end or the other. A beautiful view here from the starting line. We might see a general recall here. Yes. Is it a general or individual? It's a general. It's the first substitute going up, so everyone will have to go back. Our race officer couldn't identify all the boats that were over the line, and we will see a starting procedure with the black flag, where the competitors will have to be very careful, because if they are caught over the line on the last minute, they are automatically disqualified from race number 8. So we will have to wait for the next start of this fleet. Not going to be able to follow the under 17. They are on their way to the top mark. And our ribs with the cameras are down here to follow this start. Beautiful weather, beautiful sailing conditions in Vilamoura. And Jackie, we are here sitting and watching this screen. Look at the conditions out there.
I would love to be out there.
We should be sailing.
Yeah, we should be sailing.
Well, somebody has to do this. And I'm happy to do it here with you, Jackie.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
I'm just looking at some of the results after the last race. And as we suspected, the Spanish boys, Ian Walker and Finn Dike, are still have a very good lead now after their win. They are leading with only 9 points, and the Italian girls are in second place, Camilla and Margherita. They have 28 points overall. But there are some changes behind that. A few moves around. The Americans have moved down. Freddie and Asher didn't have a great race. They've moved down to 5th overall. And
well, the Portuguese, they didn't have a good race, but they had a good discard before 11th on the race number 2. They were discarding that 11, and with everybody up and down in this race, they actually moved from 4th to 3rd, even with the 21st.
Exactly, and the Israeli boys, Roy and Ariel, they've moved up a few places as well into 4th place.
Yes, they moved quite a lot. So now with a 19-point lead on this race, and having a 6 as a discard, the Spanish. So the worst score they can be after this race is a 15. So they only have to finish top 15 in one of the races to become the new European champions. So only a huge disaster can take this title away from them.
That's very true.
We might see a celebration after the end of this race. And the Italians now 14 points ahead of the Portuguese in second place, and the Portuguese in third. They're still not safe. They will still have to fight for that silver medal in the overall, but they're getting comfortable on the more comfortable on the open women.
Yes, in the women's fleet we have we're trying to do the maths, 19-point lead between the Italian girls and the Greeks.
The Greeks.
Dimitra and Metaxia.
Yes, they were 6 and 10 on race number 7. So Camilla and Margherita increasing their lead with an extra 4 points.
But as we saw in the last race, you never know what may happen.
It's shifty, it's shifty and it's gusty. And you can be leading the race and next thing you're 20th. So
one mistake can be very
it's very
painful
very
in the results.
When the wind is more steady, then there's not so many changes, and boat speed is key. But in conditions like today, it's more important to keep your eyes on the race course and understand what's going on. You can see that black flag up means we are within the last 4 minutes. Next sound signal will be that black flag going down, and 1 minute to the start. And we can see the line between the yellow flags, and once that black flag is down, if everyone crosses the line, it will be automatically disqualified from race number 8. So you can see everybody is now to the left of the line. It feels like it's a big left shift at the pin.
Yeah.
We can see AP is going up. AP is going up. Huge left shift. You can see the boats on port tack near the pin end, and they're pretty high on port. The wind has moved from 320 further to the left, probably about 50 or 60 degrees. And I wonder if the under 17 fleet will still be sailing this race, or if that race is also going to be abandoned and restarted. We will go to a short break and try to find out what's going on, and we'll be back as soon as we understand what's the race officer's intentions. Stand by.
Não vai ali, está na frente.
Queres dar uma volta ao barco? Sempre com isto de lado. Bora. Estamos aí.
Vou passar ali perto deste barco só para ver os números fora.
Não, mas estamos no ar. Estamos no ar. Ok, Miguel, avança para a baia. Não, exato, não, sempre este fora.
Vai. Under 17, please start.
Bora, mata. Rita. A volta dele.
Acho que ele agora vai esperar ele a trocar o campo todo. Eles não vão... Vai agora.
Pode ser? Entrevistar o que é que se passou? Agora?
Bora, Gómio!
Não, vou trocar agora, ok? Vou trocar agora. Diz aí ao verde, diz ao verde que eu vou desligar, é? Verde. Digam ao verde que eu vou desligar.
Continuamos a dar voltinhas aqui?
Ficamos aqui um bocadinho agora.
So we are back in this live streaming for the Pro Group 420 European Championships, and we had a big wind shift to the left prior to the start of race number 8 for the Goat Fleet. So the race had to be postponed, and the race officer is readjusting the course to the new wind. The under 17, they were already on their way, and the race might have been abandoned, but we don't have that information yet. We have now confirmation that the under 17 race has been abandoned due to the huge wind shift to the left. So we will see this race restart again, and so it's going to be a short wait until we get the race management team to readjust the course to the new wind direction, and hopefully we will be back live streaming the race number 8 as soon as possible. So we're going to go for a short break and we'll be back as soon as the race course is ready for the race number 8. Stand by.
I think the 420 is a great progression boat because you'll learn a lot of skills that actually no other boat really offers. You know, the spinnaker, the pole, the basics of angle sailing and teamwork. I think they're a great progression.
Well, it was a very nice switch coming from the Optimist where you sailed by yourself to sail with someone else. I always think that winning with another person in the boat is so much more fun than winning alone.
I had a lot of fun in the 420 class, perhaps a little bit too much fun at times. I guess travelling with some of your best friends and starting to get a sense of freedom and responsibility as you're growing up together is a pretty cool way to experience the world. The 420 is a great pathway class onto Olympic sailing. The racing is super tight, there's really large fleets which gives you fantastical tactical skills. You also learn to work in a team, which is really important even if you do go on to single-handed sailing. You can go out in almost all weathers and it has a great balance of fun and competitiveness. I guess some of the key skills I learned from the 420 class was how to work best in a team. We had great coaching which helped develop my tactical sailing knowledge. And it also started me on my slow journey, which is still ongoing, learning about boat prep and management.
The 420 class gave me many skills. It's the perfect boat to sail before the 470, so I think it made me learn teamwork. I go from sailing an Optimist on my own to sailing the 420 with two people, and so it really started my journey of teamwork before jumping into the 470.
Nothing more than a footprint in the sand. This is the only trace of myself I want to leave behind. How can we improve our surroundings? Evolve without damaging our nature, our atmosphere. I've asked this question many times before. The answer is with reason, science, and peace. That is our purpose, our mission, our sense of urgency to plan ahead and to thrive. With nothing more than light to give meaning to one's path. Nothing more but a spark of a dream. A dream of something better. In my life, I seek to see beyond the obvious. And for tomorrow, originality. Vilamoura.
The 30mm Titan is a further development of Allen's high-performance XHL block range. Featuring titanium sheave and ceramic ball bearing gives a Titan a 30% weight reduction. Ceramic ball bearings perform better in salt water and have a high rolling speed when compared to stainless steel ball bearings.
under 17 fleet everything to play for. We have the first overall Greek team with 37 points, followed by two German teams on 43 and 47, and another German team on 48. German team looking very strong on this under 17 fleet. Then Portuguese team on 49 and another Greek on 53. So 14 points separating all the top 6 teams. 2 races to go. We can see the fleet is now pushing a little bit more towards the pin end. We saw yesterday when the wind is coming a little bit further left, there's more pressure on the left. As long as the wind doesn't go back to the right, the left could be strong. We had the starting signal there. Everybody starting closer to the pin end and rolling straight into attack. It was a big bias at the pin end. Lucky that we didn't have a general recall. The kids behaving very well on this start, even with the little bias at the pin. Well, I do have the feeling that there's more pressure on the other side of the course. Feels like those boats to windward are sailing a little higher course, probably with more pressure.
The GBR boat we can see here, 57275, that's Harry George sailing with Ralph Cawthorne. The last time I saw Harry sail, he was here 3 years ago and he had his father crewing for him.
Really?
So they were the youngest and the oldest
on the
crews
fleet.
in the fleet, in one boat.
In a 420?
In a 420.
Oh, wow. So we have about 10 knots of breeze, westerly breeze. We are going to move back to the starting line to follow the Goat Fleet race. That was the start of the under 17 fleet, race number 8. We have now our team repositioning themselves to follow the race of the Goat Fleet.
Pronto, já estou. Ah, tá. Dá para ir mais perto, Gonçalo? Tá, vamos, estamos aí.
Here we are back at the starting area.
Devagar, Gonçalo, devagar.
And we have the warning signal up for the Goat Fleet, race number 8. We could see on this race, we could see the Spanish team, Ian, Clive and Finn, secure their gold medal, as they have a huge overall lead at the moment. And with the discard, they could secure first place already with a race to spare. Oops, we have a little collision between our camera boat and the Italian team. Well, I didn't see a protest flag, so I assume our rib doesn't have to do any turns.
They just wanted to make sure they were on camera.
Yeah. We can see from this angle, we can see the wind coming from the west. Earlier this morning we had the first race with the wind coming from the shore, much further right. Well, I haven't seen the exact wind direction, but I would say it's coming from the west around 270.
So this Gold Fleet start is under a black flag.
It is because, Jackie, we saw a general recall. This is actually the third attempt. The second attempt was stopped by an AP flag. But the first attempt was actually a general recall with the majority of the fleet over the line. So the race officer wants to get this going straight away. That's a last minute gun, so less than a minute to go for this start. We saw the under 17 fleet, most of the competitors starting on this side of the line, closer to the pin end, and rolling straight into attack. So big bias this end of the line on the previous start, but it looks a little bit more spread. We can see a few boats actually on the committee boat with this open fleet, goat fleet. So it might have been race officer might have readjusted the line, or the wind came back a little bit to the right, making it a more even start. You can see the orange flag on the right hand side of your screen. The start is between the two orange flags. They are getting ready for a start. And here we go. Race number 8. Can't see anybody tacking straight away from the pin. That means it's not such a pin bias. Some of the boats tacking there, they're just trying to keep clear air. Good start from the Israeli boat. They had two good starts today, that Israeli boat. They were leading the first race, Aviv and Yam, but they didn't finish there well. In the end, they were 9th, but still they had a great start, and now they had another great start at the pin end. Now we just have to find out if the left side is actually going to pay. I have here the Polish team, Jeremy and Dominika.
Here are some results.
It's good breeze here on the right hand side.
So the boat we're looking at now is the Polish boat with Jeremy and Dominika on board. They're currently towards the back of the Gold Fleet overall, but it would be nice for them to have at least one good race, but obviously we have no idea until the fleet come back together how they're doing. They have boats to windward, so
yeah, we can see their angle at the moment is a little bit further right than those a couple of boats to windward. Actually, that other boat just rolled into attack once they were bow down. It feels like a little bit of a right shift here, but as you said, only after the attack and get across we can really tell. We can see some starboard tackers in the middle of the course getting across with a very, very good high angle. Could mean that the right hand side is good. So there they go, rolling into attack. It's not a bad angle from this side. So our cameraman said they have to stay on these sides. We cannot go in the middle of the course, interfere with the competitors. So we need to stay either at this side or the other side of the course, and we can only see the boats that are actually playing a little bit extreme. You can see the Polish here getting across on quite a good angle. They have a nice right hand shift. There was a boat coming across that could be ahead of the Polish, but they also tacked probably a right hand shift, so they don't want to give that away. Another German team here pushing the right hand side. Riemann and Vilamoura. They were lying 41st after race 7. Obviously going a little bit extreme on this race number 8, pushing very hard on the right. We have the Italian girls getting across here also on the right hand side. Camille and Margarita, second overall for the moment. They're doing a great job. They had a brilliant first day with 2 firsts and a second, rolling into attack here. They're very light. They might have come to the right a little bit late. Didn't take the full advantage of the right hand shift. It could be a little bit out of phase. We see the Germans attacking back, probably wind moving back to the left. So bad timing for the Italians to come to this right hand side. They already dropped a little bit of distance to those Germans, so that means that the wind shift wasn't great for them, and they're getting across on a header. That could be even worse, but it all depends to the next wind shift. You can see the boats that are now on the left, they're looking good. Polish boat that we've seen here on this right-hand side. He got across. He probably one of those boats now coming from the left to leeward on the right-hand side of the screen, middle right of the screen. Italians are rolling into attack. I believe I can see the mark, so the Italians are close to lie here. If it's not the right hand shift, then they have to go, because otherwise they're gonna overstand. We have our cameraman from this side of the course speeding up now to the top mark, so we can see the boats coming from the left, lead boats that are now further left on the race course, or mid left, let's say. We're not that far off the top mark. We can see there, green mark. This fleet will head downwind after this mark rounding. Looks quite close here in the top of the fleet. I believe that's a French boat across France 870. Bit of a mix here. I don't think we have seen the overall. Here we have the overall leaders now. This will be enough for them to celebrate their victory. If they can hold on to this result, they will be the overall winners after race 8. We saw the Italian girls earlier on this race, not looking great. They haven't been around the mark yet. We haven't seen the Portuguese either. They were lying third overall before this race. There's a lot of boats going around the mark. Sometimes we can miss them. Here, oh, I think we just saw the Portuguese there, and there's a German team hitting that top mark. I believe this is the Italian girls getting closer to the mark now. No. They might have been around the mark already. We missed it.
There's still boats coming in from the other side.
We have our other powerboat with the camera positioning themselves to give us nice footage of the lead of the race, so we can get a better idea who's doing well. Here we go, beautiful view. Look at this, great conditions, about 12 knots from 250, 12 knots of wind. Beautiful sailing conditions. Very compact fleet here, Jackie.
Certainly is. It's very difficult to see from this angle who is actually leading out of this group.
Well, now we have this this shot over the overall leaders. Spain 5, 6, 7, 9, 0, Ian Clive and Finn. I believe they were around 10th on the top mark, and we calculated they only needed a 16 or better on this race, and that will mean that they don't even have to sail the last race.
So we saw there that Freddie and Asher, the American boat, were around the top mark second. We obviously missed that. But they didn't have to do turns in this race, so hopefully they can stay at the front.
You can see the silver fleet going upwind to the top mark, following the gold fleet.
The results from the Silver Fleet first race are up and available online if anyone wants to see them. They obviously didn't behave well on the start line because I've counted at least 25 black flags.
Well, that's not such good news. I think after missing the gold fleet, they're all eager to try and win the silver fleet, and sometimes that becomes a bit greedy. Thomas and Pierpaolo from France. They were leading around the top mark. Looking under control, getting ready to drop that kite. Go around the bottom gate. Looks like they're gonna take the left hand mark looking downwind. Or not, they're jibing around and getting onto starboard. Pumping that boat hard. German team following. Second place. Beautiful view over the gold fleet. Approaching this leeward gate. It's a good lead from the first and second. The Italian boat. This is race number 8. Here we go, following the lead boat, French team. French team, followed by the Germans. We did see the Americans second on the top mark, but looks like they dropped a little bit on the downwind again.
Yeah, we didn't see them go round
on
the
that
bottom
little
mark at all.
gate. Well, we can see the leaders pushing to the left side of the course. Some boats getting to the right hand side. Thomas and Pierpaolo, they haven't done a great job this week. They're 34th overall. They had a black flag and a 46 this morning. Yesterday they finished with a second on the yellow fleet, and now leading this race, number 8. Rolling into attack. Looks like a comfortable lead.
They're certainly well spread out across the course.
They are. If you're this German team. So now this view from the right hand side of the course. The American team.
This is Richard and Elle Sykes. I think they're brother and sister. Currently lying 11th overall after their good finish in the last race.
Yeah, they finished 4th in the race number 7. But they didn't look that great here on this right hand side. You can see a lot of boats a long way further to windward. Rolling into attack. They still have a bit of work to do. A few technical problems here from the water. With this sea state a bit bumpy, it's hard to keep that gimbal working to stabilize the image. You can see a lot of spinnakers going downwind. It's probably the Silver Fleet. Here we have Germans 57318. Ricardo and Benedict were lying 19th overall. They went around the bottom gate seconds behind the French team. The French tacked earlier to the right. Germans pushed a little bit further left. See the Silver Fleet now going downwind, the kites up, spinnakers up. On the left side of your screen we have the Spanish overall leaders. Ian, Clive and Finn. They're sailing a comfortable race number 8 to secure first overall with a race to spare. Very impressive score sheet from this team from Mallorca, from Arenal, Club Náutico Arenal, on 9 points. Amazing performance. You can see the wind dropping a little bit on this German boat. Crew pushing hard to keep that speed. We're waiting for our powerboat with our cameras to reposition themselves so we can take a look at the top mark rounding. You can see that the silver fleet is now also going around the bottom gate to go upwind. The under 17 fleet went on the outer loop course. They're further out.
Eu sei. Estava com o delay. Estava com ela.
Here we are back at the top mark for the Gold Fleet Race 8. Proud Group for 20 Junior European Championships in Vilamoura from the 19th to the 26th, which is today. Last day. This is the second last race. But the lady might sing in the end of this race because the Spanish are doing a great job.
She may indeed. They were certainly looking good earlier on, but we'll wait and see when they go around this mark. We have the French boat leading.
Still leading.
Thomas and Pier Paolo have done a good job to stay up there.
Followed by the Germans, Ricardo and Benedict. See if we can find the American team. Italian Alessio and Gian Matteo, third. Well, unfortunately, it's not easy to keep those cameras working with this bumpy sea state, but we hope we can get back on the water. Here we go. We saw Spanish team, I think was Mark and Ramon.
That's the American team just come in on port, tacked to go around the mark.
On 8. We also haven't seen the Portuguese, they were lying third, or the Italians that were second overall before this race. We saw the girls earlier on, and they were not looking in great shape on that first beat. they're hoisting to go on a reach across to the outer loop. We can see the Portuguese coming up to the mark. I haven't counted how many boats. Not too bad. I mean, it's not the best score to try and challenge the medals, but wonder if the Italians are also. I think they have a pink boat. Yes, that one. Can you confirm the numbers, Jackie? That's the one. 56901.
Yeah, they're coming up to the mark now. Should be hoisting their pink kite. There it goes.
So they're going to lose some points to the Portuguese, but not many. They had 14 in the bank between them and the Portuguese. So it will be a very important reach and downwind to try and for the Portuguese to try and get some boats in between them, and obviously for the Italians, if they can manage this reach, because they are quite light, they are pretty fast downwind. I can see that some teams they pushed a little bit further up to try and get the best angle to get the kite and manage to go all the way to the next mark. We're now going to move to the head of the fleet, where we see the French still leading. You can see the Italians are with the pink spinnaker a long way back, probably around 15. But it feels like they're comfortably making this next mark with the kites. I mean, the boats further back, they were a little bit worried, but we don't see a big issue to make it to this mark with the kite. Running some technical problems again, but we will be back shortly.
Looking at this from here, I'm sure there's a few parents down on the beach with binoculars trying to watch the racing.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I'm looking here at the list of the black flags of the silver fleet. It's amazing, yeah? It's almost the whole fleet. So the under 17 they and the gold, all clear starts. Se eles conseguirem pelo menos filmar depois a chegada, para era importante. Se eles não conseguirem acompanhar, pelo menos que alguém vá para a chegada. On race 2 we we have the information. Only one boat black flagged on the under-17 fleet, and the gold fleet on the open fleet was a clear start, and the silver fleet once again a few boats over the line, about 6 or 7, 6 boats. For the moment, we are trying to get back on the race course with our team. We saw the French leading race number 8, but eyes on the Spanish team, Jan Clive and Finn. They were high enough on race 8 to secure their gold medal in these European Championships, even with the race to spare. You can see the winds building up a little bit. We got 13 knots from 250. I just got information from our principal race officer.
Obviously, as it gets more windy for the sailors, it's good for them, but not so good for our cameramen. Makes it much more difficult.
I wonder if they are getting some, if they had some seasickness pills this morning.
I hope so.
Especially just looking at that screen with the boat moving around. It won't be very good for your stomach. Beautiful view over this goat fleet.
From this view, it looks like we have one boat floating around the committee boat, so I presume he's had to retire from the race.
Or maybe he's one of the black flags?
Maybe. Or there's another one coming in from the left, so maybe there's a couple.
There's 6 boats on the silver fleet that got caught over the line, and plus another one from the under-17 fleet. So we've been watching race number 8 for this Pro Group 420 European Championships in Vilamoura, and the wind is blowing from the west southwesterly, around 13 knots. Race 8 underway. The under-17 probably finished by now. We were following the goat fleet. We're just waiting for our cameras to have a good view over the fleet. Well, we can see some boats reaching to the finish after getting around this bottom mark. We have the leader of race number 8, French team. Thomas and Pierpaolo. Well, after being 34 overall before this race, they might move a few places.
Definitely should move up. I'm just looking at some provisional results for the under-17s, and it looks like it was won by a Spanish boat.
So
Just
this
trying
is
to find the names.
Jackie, sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
but this is the Spanish team. They're going to finish second in this race, and now they are the new European champions in the 420 class. Well done. Congratulations to Ian Clive Walker and Finn Dick from Spain. Congratulations to the parents and the coaches and everyone involved with their preparation. Well, they certainly deserved to win this regatta.
They certainly sailed a very consistent and brilliant series. So congratulations to them.
So fourth place, we have another Spanish team. Here, Mark and Ramon. And fifth, Italian team. This is the Greeks on 6. And Israel 7. We have the Americans finishing 8 in this race. Another Spanish team, 9. I believe about 18 boats went across the finishing line. We still haven't seen the Portuguese and the Italians. This will be a massive lead from the Spanish. I think the Portuguese are coming. That's the Portuguese getting across now. Not the best result for them. They got a few points on the Italians, but I'm sure there's other boats climbing up the scoreboard. The Israelis, the Americans did a good job. Greeks, some more Spanish teams that were looking good. So we might see a big turnaround here. Obviously not on the lead, but from second down we could see a big change on the scoreboard. So this was the race number 8 of this Pro Group European Championships. We will go for a short break. We will be back to see the start of the under-17 fleet. We are going to follow that race from start to finish. So this is not going to be a long break. Stay tuned, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you for watching.
Minutos? 10 minutos para começar no sub-16. 10 minutos para começar o sub-16, RG. Sub-17, 10 minutos.
I think the 420 is a great progression boat because you'll learn a lot of skills that actually no other boat really offers. You know, the spinnaker, the pole, the basics of angle sailing and teamwork. I think they're a great progression.
Well, it was a very nice switch coming from the Optimist where you sailed by yourself to sail with someone else. I always think that winning with another person in the boat is so much more fun than winning alone.
I had a lot of fun in the 420 class, perhaps a little bit too much fun at times. I guess travelling with some of your best friends and starting to get a sense of freedom and responsibility as you're growing up together is a pretty cool way to experience the world. The 420 is a great pathway class onto Olympic sailing. The racing is super tight, there's really large fleets which gives you fantastical tactical skills. You also learn to work in a team, which is really important even if you do go on to single-handed sailing. You can go out in almost all weathers and it has a great balance of fun and competitiveness. I guess some of the key skills I learned from the 420 class was how to work best in a team. We had great coaching which helped develop my tactical sailing knowledge. And it also started me on my slow journey, which is still ongoing, learning about boat prep and management.
The 420 class gave me many skills. It's the perfect boat to sail before the 470, so I think it made me learn teamwork. I go from sailing an Optimist on my own to sailing the 420 with two people, and so it really started my journey of teamwork before jumping into the 470.
Minuto para a largada, malta.
Here we are back in the race course for the start of the under 17 last race. It's race number 9. We have the Greek team with already guaranteed the win of this regatta after being third in the last race, in the previous race, and with a 17-point lead over second overall, and having this card as a 16, they actually secured the regatta title. So first place already decided both on the under 17 and the open fleet.
But in both fleets, the women's titles are still to be decided.
I believe we'll see a general recall. Yeah, we saw some of the boats crossing the line too early, so we will see a restart of this race.
Vai à frente deles.
So we're going to see a restart of race number 9, and for the overall we see the Greek team already secured first place, but we see after that second and third are actually two women teams from Germany, Amelie and Emily, and Valentina and Leah from Germany, separated by 5 points only. And in fourth place we have Julia and Andrea. That's a mixed team. They are under 15.
Yeah, we only have 2 boats competing where both crew and helm are under 15.
It's amazing.
The youngest
and they are
sailors
doing well.
out there.
And they are doing well. They're fourth overall, and they won the last and they won the race number 8 in these windy conditions. That's pretty impressive. Hats off to Julia and Andrea from Italy. That's the 5-minute gun now. We will be seeing a black flag going up in less than a minute. This is the view from the pin end. We're about 4 minutes to the start. You can see that black flag flying. This is the last race, so whoever crosses the line in the last minute is automatically disqualified, and they can go back to the harbor and pack their boats, because this is the last race of the Pro Group for 20 European Championships in Vilamoura, beautiful south of Portugal.
Ok, já estou a ouvir.
We have the wind blowing from 250 around 13 knots. I wonder if the Spanish team is still gonna take part in this last race, as they already won. They're 11 points now, and second overall the Italians are on 51 points, so a 40-point lead for this Spanish team. Very dominant. And then there's only 2 points between this Italian team and the next Spanish team. And also for the girls title between Camille and Margarita, it's 19 points. And Camila and Margarita are carrying a 25th, are discarding a 25th, so it's close to be, it's not decided, but that means that Dimitra and Natasha would have to finish top 5 in this race and see Camille finish outside 23rd. It's less than a minute for the start. Have a very clear view over the line, both orange flags flying. Less than a minute. You can see the boats in the middle of the line, quite far away from the line. Now we've seen the start. We didn't hear any further signals, sound signals, so it sounds like we're underway for race 9, under 17 fleet. Looks like a little bias on the committee boats. Windward boats coming in starboard, looking strong. We have the view here over the right-hand side of the course. So we are back on the race course following the under 17 last race of these European Championships. I have here with me a new guest, Mário Quina. He's the president of the Portuguese Federation. He's going to help me commentate a little bit on this last race. Well, welcome, Mário.
Thank you very much, Bill.
It's a pleasure to have you here, and we can hear some comments about what you can see here on the race course.
Well, I think it's a fantastic day today. The wind is very good. Yeah. The waves, no waves, almost no waves. and I think it's the perfect day for handling a championship like this.
So we saw this just to give you some information. We started under a black flag. There was a general recall, and we seen some boats start on the committee boat and tech straight away. The wind is coming from 250, so it's not from the land. What's your experience in these conditions here in Vilamoura when the wind is blowing from that direction? You think it's better to go left?
Well, you have much more experience than I have here in Vilamoura. You can tell me. You teach me.
Well, sometimes we do see some better pressure on the left when it's coming from this direction. But with some right-hand shifts, sometimes you can see also boats making a move.
Yeah, I went outside to watch the race, and the wind was shifting a little bit.
Was that the first race of the day?
The first race of the day. Yeah.
Yes, in the morning the wind was blowing from 320, and after the first race we had a huge shift to the left and relocated the race course to 250. So when the wind is actually coming from 320 from the shore, it's quite shifty, as you said, quite right, and some good shifts on the right hand side. But once the wind turns left here in Vilamoura from 250, then it's much steadier. It's not so shifty and gusty.
The wind shifts a little bit with the sun.
You went left, Mario. The sun is going right, so.
Yes, that's right.
The wind went left,
yeah.
And now with the left hand shift, sometimes we see more pressure on the left hand side of the course. But it's much more steady, so it's more on the boat handling and on the boat speed.
And it's a little bit more wind.
Yes.
I think in the morning was less wind, I think.
Yes.
Well, we see our Portuguese teams. They're doing very well.
Yes, in this under 17 fleet, the last race, for the last race, our top team, Afonso and Duarte, didn't have a great race. They finished 24th in the last race. So they had a 12th and a 24th. Today they moved down from 3rd to 7th. But
we'll see now.
On this fleet,
it's a very strong fleet.
We have another 4 Portuguese teams. So it's a big team from Portugal taking part on this under 17 fleet. I believe the federation is doing a big effort to try and coach, organize training camps for the youngsters.
They are the future of this. They are people that they're going to sell for 17 in a few years. So I think we have they have to be how do you say, getting out.
Well, we have to mind them. We have to take
them.
care of them.
To take care of them, and of course in the federation we are trying to look for the base of the sailing system, and they are the juniors. They are the future of the sail, so we have to take care of them. Sorry about my English. Sometimes
no, it's perfect.
I miss.
So now we are on the second half of this upwind leg. Boats are starting to get closer and closer to the top mark.
What I think it's fantastic is the boys they're going to run. It's fantastic, the system with the GPS.
The GPS marks, the smart marks.
Yeah,
it's definitely a move forward on our sport.
Yeah.
it's more reliable. We are, I mean, of course, it's not totally reliable because we can the system can also fail, but we haven't seen that yet. And when we have to carry the marks with the ribs and set the marks with the anchor, there's of course a lot more.
It's much
that
more
can
easier.
actually fail
Yeah.
than just these smart marks with this technology. And also it's very quick for the race management team.
Yeah.
When they need to make a change of course, they just press the button.
They press the button and they go. And it's fantastic. And here in Vilamoura we have fantastic conditions for sailing. Your club is, as usual, organizing all the things fantastic. So
there's a lot of experience here with the Pro Group. They're organizing 25 events per year.
Mm-hmm.
That's it's not every weekend, but it's every second weekend. There's a regatta going on in Vilamoura.
And I think it's very important for Portugal to have events like this here in Algarve, in North, in Cascais, in Lisbon. It's very important to have such events.
Because that will also attract our local sailors to the sport.
Yes, of course. We're trying to increase these events and trying to help all the clubs to organize such events like this. It's very, very important. And not also in the Algarve. Algarve is fantastic as
but the whole country.
Not only here in continental, but also in the islands. You have in Madeira and the Açores. Yeah, they have also very good conditions to organize events like this. But we are in the Algarve here in Vilamoura, and it's fantastic. And today is a perfect day for sailing.
Yes, the wind gods reward us with perfect conditions for the last day.
Yeah.
It's always good to finish on a high.
Yes, of course. And what they're going to remember is the last day.
Yes, that's right. So here on this fleet, under 17 fleet, we already know the winner overall. They didn't even have to race this last race. It's Panagiotis and Simeon from Greece. They had a 17-point lead over the Amelie and Amelie from Germany, but they still have to fight for the women's title against their countrywoman Valentina and Leah. So both German female teams separated by 5 points. We're going to try and understand who is winning this battle in this last race. Behind them we have a mixed team, Giulia and Andrea from Italy, actually under 15, very young and doing really well. They had a second and a first today in these challenging conditions.
They're going to round the mark.
We have here first
Greece
is
Greece,
the overall winners, winning again, and apparently on a very, very big lead, not only on points but also on distance on this last race. Wow, well done, Panagiotis and Simeon. We can see a Turkish team coming second.
Yeah.
Third place is an American boat. And the Greek
and Portuguese
will be Afonso.
Afonso will be 5.
And some Germans. I couldn't read the numbers. We saw one German team around already. There's a second German team going now.
They are all together. It's very difficult.
Oops, our cameraman. Well, we got a little splash from that for that boat. Got some water on our camera. We will have to switch off to the shore. Well, we're in the front of the fleet. We can see these youngsters, Panagiotis Sotiriou and Simeon Mikalopoulos, just enjoying themselves. Already won this event. They didn't even have to race this race, but they did. They're just enjoying themselves, winning the last race of the day and the regatta.
They have a big advantage.
They're a long way ahead of the of their competitors. They're on 40 points, 17 points ahead of the German teams, and obviously they're gonna increase the point lead even more. You can see they're leading by 50 plus meters. Massive lead on this race 9. Mario, did you sail 420s on your youth, or we didn't have 420s there?
No, I sailed for 70.
For 70 you did?
Yeah, I won the youth national championship a long time ago.
And what did you sail before the 470, Mario?
Well, I started sailing in the Mocidade Portuguesa, in Lusito. It was a
Lusito is a Portuguese class.
Portuguese class. Then I went to Cadet, and then I went to Vorien.
Vorien, yes.
And
it's still an international class. Vorien and Cadets, still some boats.
Yeah.
Not so popular in Portugal anymore.
At the moment. Then I went to Finn. I said a lot in Finn, and I said also in laser. I went to the Youth World Championship
in the laser class.
Laser class in 1973.
73.
When the laser comes to Portugal.
I wasn't even born in 73, but I think my parents were cooking, because I was born in February 74.
I'm a little bit older than you, just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
And I said a lot in laser, Finn, and then I went to, from 1975, I went sailing Dragon class. Not so good as you.
But you've done well in the Dragon class. You've won some nationals.
Yeah.
How many nationals you've won in the Dragon class, Mario?
1 or 2. Yeah. No, 1. And I won the
Princess Sophia?
No, here the Infanto Henrique
trophy. Yes. The Infanto Henrique trophy.
Long time ago.
Long time ago.
I am almost an ex-sailor. I don't have time to say.
Now you're busy with the federation.
Yeah.
We see here the Greek leading, the Turkish team getting a little bit closer to the Greek team.
Yeah.
Sounds like. All the spinnakers coming down, and now this is the outer loop. Running through some technical problems with the camera again. We'll be back shortly. This is race number 9. This is not race 7, this is race number 9 of the under 17 fleet. It's actually race number 7 of the day, as we are running 3 races per fleet. So we've done 2 races on each fleet, and this is the first race of this loop. So under 17 on their ninth and last race of this regatta series.
And Afonso and Duarte are going very well.
Afonso and Duarte, they were third overall this morning. Unfortunately, not having a great day today, but still one race to go.
Yeah.
There's 73 points.
The last race will decide a lot of things.
73 points, and well, they are not too far behind the boats ahead. So they need a good result on this one to climb some places overall. We'll be cheering for our locals. Beautiful conditions today.
Yeah, fantastic.
And we will have some dragon racing this year in Vilamoura from November till February. Hopefully we will see you in these southerly waters.
Hopefully to see you win again.
No, not really.
Pedro is terrible. He wins everything. Fantastic sailor.
Thank you, Mario. We are waiting for our power boats to get back in position so we can see the action on the water. The under 17 fleet were sailing downwind to the bottom gate on the outer loop.
You want to sit here?
And they were going to go back upwind for a second beat, and then another downwind leg, and into the reach to the finish. Here we are. We're going back to the water.
What happened?
Here we are. We're back watching this the leader, overall leader, and race leader. Panagiotis and Simeon from Greece.
He's very, very well and very fast.
Ganha enfiamento, Gonçalo, ganha enfiamento com os de trás.
Beautiful. We see the Turkish coming down second in this race. Turkish, they were up and down.
Which is good.
This regatta, they were second on the race number 8, and now looking for another second place in this last race. But they were 19th overall before this last race.
But in this race, he's doing very well.
Sea state being a bit bumpy, it's hard for the cameras to give us the signal back to the shore. But rolling with the green spinnaker, rolling into a jibe, into a starboard jibe, heading down to the leeward gate.
very close.
We've seen the Greek and the Turkish teams already going upwind. We are trying to follow what's going on behind them for the fights for second and third overall. We have here this German team and this Greek team. Little late drop on that spinnaker for the Greeks. German team, I think it was Severin and Xavier. We have Portuguese team coming on 6th place on this race. We haven't seen the German teams yet, the girls' German teams yet. Oh, the Greek team doing their turns. Looks like they fouled the Germans around that experiencing some issues with the gimbal of the camera.
Yes.
Gimbal is stabilizes the image. Trying to get back on the race course to give you all the excitement. So we have had here Mário Quina from the Portuguese Federation, president of our Portuguese Federation. Thank you for joining us for this race.
Thank you,
and might have a talk with you later today, a little interview, so we can give our spectators some institutional information about what great job Federation is doing. Thank you so much, Mário.
Thank you very much, Pedro. See you.
See you.
Câmara 1 pronta. Câmara 1 pronta. Câmara 1 pronta. Câmara 1 com o primeiro. Câmara 1 com o primeiro.
Back here on the head of the race, the Greek teams, Team Panagiotis and Simeon, winning the overall and the last race. Very convincing performance. Running some technical problems. I'm sure we will be back shortly to show you the footage of this amazing day in Vilamoura. The wind blowing probably 14 to 15 knots now from 250. This Pro Group for 20 Junior European Championships coming into an end, Jackie?
Yes, it is indeed. Just looking across from the beach here, this looks like that's going to be the Silver Fleet's last start for the event. We obviously have the Under-17s and the Gold Fleet up and around the course at the moment. And as we know, the champions of the Under-17 and the Open Fleet have been decided, but for the men, but the ladies' titles are still to be decided.
can see here the German team, Severin and Zaver. This is not the girls that are fighting for the ladies title. Severin and Zaver, they were third. I believe they were third around the bottom gate with that green spinnaker flying a little bit out of that spinnaker bag. Just to be careful, because if the wind catches that spinnaker, it will fly off the bag.
You can see in these wind conditions it's fairly physical for both the helm and the crew.
Oh, when there's a little bit less wind, it's physical for the crew because they have to pump a lot. Now, if the wind is blowing a bit more, the crew it is physical, but he doesn't have to pump so much. He can be steady. And then the helmsman is actually doing a lot of effort trimming that mainsail to keep the boat flat. So depowering the boat. It's very important to keep the boat as flat as possible in these conditions. You can see how steady the German team is working. Beautiful sailing conditions in Vilamoura today. Severin and Zaver from Germany, they started very well this regatta with the second and the first on the first day, and then 36 on race number 3. That was expensive, and they had a fourth, and then they've been consistent 10, 12, 18, 17, and now finding their way up the fleet for a solid top 5 finish on this last race. Well, they are only 7 points behind second overall, and depending on the others' results, they could actually move up to second. We had to find the Italians and the Germans. The German ladies teams that are ahead of them overall. In front of them was only the overall leaders Panagiotis and Simeon from Greece, and I believe the Turkish, but I don't see where they are now. I think they went left and the Germans came to the right. They might be even leading this race. We will see shortly where are the others.
A boia é esta, a boia amarela? Câmara 1, estou ao pé da boia. Câmara 1 ao pé da boia. Vou deixá-lo.
Vilamoura, beautiful sailing conditions today. Now we have this view from the top mark. We have the Greek team still leading. Still leading the race. Overall winner of this event, despite the result of this race, as they had a lead that was big enough to win already with a race to spare. It's a massive lead. Look at that. They were leading from the Turkish team. We can see the Turkish are still second, and we can see the followed by the Germans.
These Greek boys obviously want to go out with a win, even though they've already won overall. They're not going to let anyone catch them at this rate.
No, not at all. It's a massive lead. Oh, the second boat haven't been around the top mark. Only now. Turkish going around the top mark second, followed by the Germans. So the Greek leading the race already past our cameras. We can see the Turkish second and the Germans third. Turkish Firdevs Kuzev. They were 19th overall before this race. They are finishing second, having a very good day today with a couple of second places. Now this German team on the green Spinnaker, Severin and Zaver. Esperar que a frota vá descendo, pá, para a gente ir vendo as, né, eles que não vão para baixo. Some technical problems. We'll be back shortly on the race course.
Não é para seguir os da Alemanha? Vou seguir os da Alemanha. Equipa alemã no meu enquadramento, câmara 1.
Sim, mas não são os alemães. Eu preferi que o barco agora ficar separado e visse o flaco que vai descer. German team working hard, trying to catch up with the Turkish. That point could be important for them to climb up the overall scoreboard. They are lying 5th at the moment.
They're currently the third men mixed boat, so they're still getting a medal at this current time.
You can see how hard they're working to try and catch up with the Turkish. But the Turkish also doing a good job keeping the distance. Doesn't look like the Germans are getting any closer to the Turkish teams. This is the fight for second place on this final 9th and final race of this European Championship Series, Junior European Championship in Vilamoura. This fight between the Turkish team of Firdevs and Kuzey and the Germans Severin and Zaver. Obviously they're not fighting for an overall position, but just for this race position. Severin and Zaver fighting to try and get into an overall podium. They are a podium position on the men division.
The men mixed division, yeah, they're currently lying third, but we haven't seen Julia and Andrea, who are in second, ahead of them in the men mixed category. So
and they're just 2 points separating this Italian team to this German team. So if the Italians are not immediately behind them, that means that these Germans will move ahead of the Italians on the overall score.
Yeah, they will indeed.
The Turkish are rolling into a jibe, getting closer and closer to the bottom mark, the last mark rounding of this regatta.
And we haven't seen any of the leading women's teams for a while. We only have 5 points between Amelie Verl and Amelie Rin and the second German boat, Valentina and Leah. So could be close for the women's title.
Yes. Well, the Germans are definitely closer to the Turkish at this stage. We can see the last mark rounding coming up. See if they can carry those spinnakers on this reach. It's a tight reach. Oops, Halyard being dropped on the German team, intentional or not, we don't know, because it's very tight. Yes, Turkish doing the same, but I think the Germans getting through. The Germans are going through, just overtook the Turkish team, so they intentionally dropped the Halyard because they couldn't handle the spinnaker on such a tight reach. Well, unfortunately, we lost the footage, but looked like German team secured second place in this race, and that will get them to third, at least third overall, if not even second, ahead of the girls. Anyway, we will hope that we can get back on the water and see the end of this race, this last race. So we are running some technical problems. We hope we can get back on the water, but if we don't, it was a pleasure to follow this racing in Vilamoura for the European Championships, Junior Championships. Pro Group doing an amazing job putting together this regatta, We can see beautiful images from the action in the water. Big congratulations to all the winners, and hope to see you next time on an event like this. Thank you, Jackie, for joining. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed it, and well, hope to see you soon as well.
Thank you, and just thank you to you, Pedro, for your time.
I think the 420 is a great progression boat because you'll learn a lot of skills that actually no other boat really offers. You know, the spinnaker, the pole, the basics of angle sailing and teamwork. I think they're a great progression.
Well, it was a very nice switch coming from the Optimist where you sailed by yourself to sail with someone else. I always think that winning with another person in the boat is so much more fun than winning alone.
I had a lot of fun in the 420 class, perhaps a little bit too much fun at times. I guess travelling with some of your best friends and starting to get a sense of freedom and responsibility as you're growing up together is a pretty cool way to experience the world. The 420 is a great pathway class onto Olympic sailing. The racing is super tight, there's really large fleets which gives you fantastical tactical skills. You also learn to work in a team, which is really important even if you do go on to single-handed sailing. You can go out in almost all weathers and it has a great balance of fun and competitiveness. I guess some of the key skills I learned from the 420 class was how to work best in a team. We had great coaching which helped develop my tactical sailing knowledge. And it also started me on my slow journey, which is still ongoing, learning about boat prep and management.
The 420 class gave me many skills. It's the perfect boat to sail before the 470, so I think it made me learn teamwork. I go from sailing an Optimist on my own to sailing the 420 with two people, and so it really started my journey of teamwork before jumping into the 470.
Nothing more than a footprint in the sand. This is the only trace of myself I want to leave behind. How can we improve our surroundings? Evolve without damaging our nature, our atmosphere. I've asked this question many times before. The answer is with reason, science, and peace. That is our purpose, our mission, our sense of urgency to plan ahead and to thrive. With nothing more than light to give meaning to one's path. Nothing more but a spark of a dream of something better. In my life, I seek to see beyond the obvious. And for tomorrow, originality. Vilamoura.
The 30mm Titan is a further development of Allen's high-performance XHL block range. Featuring titanium sheave and ceramic ball bearing gives a Titan a 30% weight reduction. Ceramic ball bearings perform better in salt water and have a high rolling speed when compared to stainless steel ball bearings. Developed to take extremely high static loads without compromising on low load dynamic performance. Ideal for vang systems and spinnaker halyards. Also available in a special design for the Ilka class, the 30mm Titan block, available from Allen.
Today we will be filming a video to
Hello everyone, we are here in Vilamoura for the Pro Group Junior 420 World European Championships, excuse me, and I'm here with Mário Quina, the president of the Portuguese Federation. Welcome Mário to Vilamoura.
Thank you very much, Pedro.
So you became a president of the Portuguese Federation recently, about a year ago, is that correct?
Last October, yeah.
Last October. And what are your plans regarding this youth generation? What is the federation doing?
I think that this generation is the future of the Portuguese sailing. So we have to take care very carefully about them. In the federation, we're trying to trying to organize the things that they can improve in the competition. So what have you done until now? We have people that are, as in the football, looking for the people that are very good sailors, trying to push them to develop their abilities and trying to help them to go to another class, to Olympic classes and so on.
And what made you take this role as president of the Portuguese Federation?
Sorry?
What was your motivation to come to the federation at this stage?
Well, you know, I'm a sailor since I was 80 years old. So eight years old. So I have 15 years sailing, and I think sometimes in our life we have to return to the sailing what the sailing give to me. So that's why I decided to go.
That's very nice from you, Mário. And regarding here these organizations like Vilamoura is doing for these European Championships, how involved the federation has been to these venues to organize these big events?
We try to another thing we're trying in the federation is to get more involved with the clubs and with the class, because federation is for the clubs, for the class. So we're trying to help to help the clubs to develop this. This is very important for Portugal. This is very important for sailing, to have events like this. Vilamoura is a fantastic place. Vilamoura Sailing and the Pro Group is organizing fantastic events. Congratulations, Pedro and Nuno. And the federation is, in the federation we're trying to help. We have a problem that we're trying to solve. The federation, the incomes of the federation are mainly coming from the government and
public money.
Public money. We're trying to get private money. So we have to creating what we're trying to develop, what you call a marca vela, which so we can get
it's the brand, the sailing brand of Portugal.
Sailing brand of Portugal. So we can have people from private areas to help so if we have more money, we can help more the clubs and such events like this, because this is very nice, but it needs a lot of money.
Well, we can see the fleets are coming back in after finishing this lovely regatta. Thank you, Mário Quina, and once again, thank you all for watching. And I hope you enjoyed this lovely regatta here in Vilamoura.
If you don't mind, I just want to say that Beatriz, our sailor from 470, won this last race.
Beatriz with Rodolfo
Pires, and they was second in the overall, so congratulations to them. Thank you very much.
Well done, Mário. Thank you, and well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all, and we'll keep you posted on all the sailing news here in Vilamoura, and I hope you enjoyed watching. Thank you so much.